hate how glitchy the app is with stream orientation. Hang on, guys. There we are. Right, I just tested the layout. Just gave the Intercity 225 a couple of laps, and it seems to be okay. We need Tank Central. Hang on, guys. Just need to let everyone know. We need to set up a new stream. Hold on. Just set up a new stream. Other one glitched out. Hang on a sec. Hold on, everyone. Have to set up a glitch. Just a minute. Just a tick, everyone. Hold on. What the hell is this? Jimmy raids. Just a moment, everyone. Right, Neon should be here in a moment. Oh, it's you again. It's that prick again, isn't it? Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore you. Try to piss me off as much as you like, Jimmy. I'll just sit here and laugh. Here and laugh. Right. Good evening, everyone, regardless. Yeah, apologies, the stream got off to a rough start, but we're here now. Hello, Tank Central and Spyro Cinder. I'm just going to ignore Jimmy. Right. As my Intercity 225's already on the track, we will run that first. On the track. I gave it a couple laps earlier, and yeah, I gave it a couple laps earlier, and layout seems to be okay for once. Hang on, I'll move this so you can see the other side of the layout. Hang on. Oh, Nathan's here. Hello, Nathan. I'm just about to start running. Right, due to the technical difficulties I just had, we're gonna go to 45 tonight. And anything this Jimmy prick says, I'm just going to laugh at and ignore. He's not going to upset me. Right, let's go. Oh. Well, it was working fine a minute ago. Oh, it's... There we go. I've reported Jimmy. Okay, great. I'm moving a bit slowly at the moment, actually, so let's give it a bit more power. But not too much, otherwise it'll derail. Right as I said it might derail. Just right as the words leave my mouth, it derails. Oh my god. Oh, what now? There's this very slight separation there. Now, why does it keep derailing there? Oh, hang on, hang on, it's, now it's gone out of alignment over on this side. Slow it down slightly. Oi, 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 oi. Now it's up the coach's mind. As soon as the railway goes on camera, it decides to misbehave. What? I done get it. Right. Hey, HMSMC Squared, nice to see you. Only 6 people at the moment. So that's stupid fault, isn't it? Now it's okay. I'll definitely need to clean it later. Definitely need to clean the tracks later, though. It's left the coaches behind again. Back up. You know what else I really want to get, guys? You know what else I really want to get, guys? A Transport for Wales Premier Service Mark IV set. You know, Transport for Wales is intercity trains, which he calls the Premier. You know, the ones that run the Class 67 hauled. Oh, hey, nice. You know, you guys know what I mean, right? The Class 67 hauled Mark IV sets used to be made up of Mark III coaches, but then when LNER started retiring some of their 225s, then when LNER started retiring some of their Then when LNER started retiring some of their intercity 225s, the Mark IV coaches from them were transferred to Transport for Wales to replace the Mark III stock. The Mark IV coaches and the Mark IV DVTs were transferred to... And now the DVT's derailed! Oh my god. As I was saying... So before the Class 801s took over much of the East Coast Main Line, only leaving like 12 225 sets, Transport for Wales ran, then known as Arriva Trains Wales, ran Mark III coaches on their intercity services between Cardiff and Holyhead. But since the 801s took over much of it, leaving only like 12 225s, some of the Mark IV coaches from the retired 225s were transferred to Transport for Wales to replace their the Mark III coaches on their intercity services. And now, thanks to these new Mark IVs, thanks to many new Mark IVs, they're now able to run a lot more intercity services. So they, oh for Christ's sake, so they now run Cardiff to Manchester services. Hey Nathan. Yes, they are, Nathan, some are. But very annoyingly, they now no longer operate north of York. They now mostly operate between London and Leeds. And the 225s now mostly operate between London and Leeds. And with a few additional services to Bradford, Foster Square, York and Skipton. I'm very annoyed they stopped running the 225s up to Newcastle and Edinburgh. I think at the very least they should start running some more 225s. At the very least, LNER should start running some 225s on services that terminate at Newcastle. At the very least, I think that's what they should do. I think there's something wrong with that curve there, which is why it keeps tipping off the track. There's something wrong with this curve. This curve. But yeah, some 225 sets are still with LNER, but they now mostly run between London and Leeds with a few additional services. They should really start running to Newcastle and Edinburgh again. At the very least, start running to Newcastle again. Running only 801s on Edinburgh services, I get, because, like, that's, like, their premier route, and they kind of want their newest trains to run the premier Edinburgh services, but at the very least, have some 225s run to Newcastle LNER. Come on. You only use 8 of your 225 sets anyway. Just use all 12 and have the extra ones run some Newcastle services. Welcome back, Time Lad. But as I was saying, since the majority of the 225 fleet was replaced by the Class 801s, some of the Mark IV coaches and DVTs have transferred to Transport for Wales, replacing their Mark III stock for use on their intercity services from Cardiff to Manchester, and also Swansea and Cardiff to Holyhead. I think there's also some Swansea to Manchester services as well. So yeah, Transport for Wales' Premier service has been greatly expanded now thanks to the spare Mark IVs from LNER. Oh, and now the DVT's been left behind. Hang on a minute. Once again, I do want to get a few more Mark IVs for my 225. As I was saying, because of how photographed the Class 67 hauled Mark IV sets, Transport for Wales' Class 67 hauled Mark IV sets are now, because of how common they are now and how regularly photographed they are now, I'm really considering getting a 00 gauge Premier Transport for Wales Premier set for this layout. I reckon if Wales's railways, if the Cardiff to Manchester and Holyhead lines were electrified, TFW would definitely run. If the Cardiff to Manchester and Cardiff to Holyhead lines were electrified, Transport for Wales would definitely run the spare Class 91s that were. They would have definitely run the spare Class 91s that were leased from that were released from that were released from LNER as well. But no, they're not currently electrified, so they gotta use diesels for the time being. I'm gonna run it in the opposite direction, because this just isn't working. It keeps derailing on that specific curve, even though it didn't used to. Did I damage its wheels slightly in the last running session when I ran it too fast? Doesn't matter though, I'm gonna try running it in the opposite direction now. No, 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 no. You're not running DVT first. Seems to be running a bit better in this direction, because seems to be running a bit better in this direction. Doesn't seem to be slowing as much. Yeah, we'll run it this way round for the time being. Not many people at the moment. Oh, and it said the coach is behind again! Oh, it's not going very well tonight, is it? Hold on. Just a minute. Right. Come on. Oh, it happened again. Pringles, Mr. Pringle. Ah! Hang on. Is it this? Hold on. Shit, hang on. Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. And then I'll see what's happening in the chat in just a moment. Oh, not again! Come here! Hey, MLP fan. Oh, an imposter of Martin? Right. I'm gonna need to replace this section of track because it seems to be sagging down a bit, and that's causing the train to. That's causing the Class 91 to bounce a little bit. It's a little bit. Right. Okay, looks like it won't be as bad now. Couple? Let's go. Someone like, yeah, I know. We got a lot of people who are pricks to him. Though to be fair, he is a bit of a prick to others, though. He's fine on these streams, so doesn't matter. There we are, it's a bit better now. What should I do? I can't answer that for you when I'm keep down, sorry. Quite hard for you? I see. Is it this? I'm trying to send an Electro. He wants a specific version of Gordon's theme on SoundCloud, but I'm trying to find it for him. But as we've got an express train running at the moment, hang on. As we've got an express train running at the moment, sod it, we'll play a bit of Gordon's theme. Hello Neon, very nice to see you. Running my 225 at the moment, probably put Gordon's theme on in a second. No, not yet. I'm afraid, Nathan. Yes, maybe later. I'll put Gordon's theme on in a moment. Hold on. I talk all day, when I'm trolleys with them through this way. You still there, Neon? I'll let Electro know you're here. Still there, Neon? Right, now I'll put on that I have. Good. Oh. It's fine, Neon. Even electric high-speed trains suit Gordon's theme. Obviously it fits steam express engines better, but electric high-speed trains work with Gordon's theme really well as well, in my opinion. Hi, Electro. Nice to see you. I just helped Electro find... This isn't the version of Gordon's theme he wanted, but there was another one. Electro's here, Neon. We left the coaches again. Hey Dom, just running my 225 and playing Gordon's theme as well. Okay, Martin. MLP fan. Really like that one, just with Gordon's theme. This one's called Gordon's Express Run, the one I just played, by Angel Piera Productions. So yeah guys, these are the trains. I've decided that Intercity 225s are what run the recently opened Skyride main line in Electro's world. Skyride Kingdom is the dragon fantasy world that Electro has come up with. And I've incorporated some of my own elements into it as well. The Skyride mainline will no doubt mostly be used by flightless creatures, but it's a very long flight between Skyride Kingdom and Caliskotnia, which is basically my dragon fantasy world in the Skyride Kingdom, based of course on Scotland. As it's such a long way between the two places, dragons might not want to fly such long distances as they'll get too worn out. So train's a good alternative way for them to get between there. Thanks, you're welcome, Leon. Why would dragons need to ride trains when they can fly is in my opinion no different an argument than why take the train to Scotland when you can easily fly, when you can easily go by plane. That, in my opinion, is no different of an argument that can be made. Those who grow pilots and climb long distances an alternative? Exactly. Yeah, just as many people in the human world take the train between London and Scotland as fly, and I reckon it's going to be same for the dragons travelling between Skyride Kingdom and Caliskotnia. Many will still fly, but just as many will now take the train to save them the trouble of doing such a long and exhausting flight. Do you agree with what I said, Electro, about how, about the argument for why dragons taking trains when they could fly is no different from the argument of humans flying between London and Scotland? Would you agree that that's a no, that that's a very similar argument? Lightning Dragon with enough energy to do at least 3 laps around the continent? Yeah, I know Lightning Dragons wouldn't. Use the train. 8 laps if he has a surge? Nice. Use the train. What does use the train if he doesn't? Or use the train if he doesn't need to? Yeah, but dragons of other elements would find the long flight between Jetstream City and Edinburgh, the capital of Calsconia. Even they would find the long flight very exhausting. Even wind dragons, which are the second most, which have the second highest amount of endurance in flight, behind lightning dragons. Even Aeroline the Wind Dragon, my dragon Sona, he found the long flight between the 2 nations quite exhausting. So he's grateful for the new railway line now. So Electro, would you say that dragons flying versus taking a train is no different an argument from humans flying versus taking a train? Because for humans, flying is just as quick as it is for dragons, though it still comes with disadvantages. Train travel may be slight. So do I, Neon. Train travel may be slightly slower, but it's a lot more pleasant, even for Aeroline. And he enjoys flying as well. I definitely would fly a lot more if I were a dragon, though, if I were actually a dragon, though, I would definitely fly a lot more if I were actually a dragon, though, would still take a train, though. Train's just the best. Get anywhere by road? Oh. And I have limited railways. Took me longer to get to Dublin by railway than by road? I see. And I also know that Ireland's intercity trains aren't as fast as they are in the UK. Our trains typically run at our intercity trains typically run at 125 miles an hour. I know at the time, lad. Or it doesn't have big enough wings. Anyway, Britain's intercity trains typically run at around 125 miles an hour, but I know Ireland's intercity trains only run at between 90 and 100 miles an hour. So the Cork Express, for example, and all the other routes operated by the 22,000 class DMUs, all those services only run at about 100 miles an hour. And the Dublin to Belfast Enterprise service only has a maximum speed of 90. Yeah, it is slower, but I reckon Ireland's railways could be upgraded to enable intercity trains to run at 125. Though I have read that if Ireland were going to upgrade its railways for 125 mile an hour running, they'd need to integrate in-cab signalling, which is rather than having line-side signals, the signals are displayed, track sensors pick up these signal aspects and relay them into the driver's cab to show the driver a speed limit and what the next signal is. Fly extreme distances without being exhausted. Yeah, but not all dragons are as not all dragons are as not all dragons have as much stamina as you and kobolds. Airline's fine for most of the flight between Skyride Kingdom and Edinburgh, but it does get pretty exhausting towards the end for him, towards the end of the flight. Because it's almost 500 miles. It's almost 500 miles between Jetstream City and Edinburgh, remember? I reckon even a dragon would get exhausted after flying 400 miles. It's 500 miles. Exercises and even meditates now? Hey Rob. I don't know, MLP fan. But yes, Electro. I do understand why Ireland's railways tend to be slower than driving. Though I would still like to travel on them, though. As I told you, Electra, I'd love to travel on the Cork Express with you between Cork and Dublin. But either way, I do believe that Ireland's, if we can have 125 mile an hour intercity trains, Ireland can too. In fact, most of Europe has 125 mile an hour intercity trains, even faster on dedicated high-speed lines. Trains on the Skyride main line, the Intercity 225s on the Skyride main line, Martin's here, nice. The Intercity 225s on the Skyride main line are going to be running at 140 miles an hour, as that was the original intended design speed for the real-life Intercity 225s. So I decided, let's just have the 225s in Skyride run at their original intended design speed. Billy. Are you still there, Electro? Ah, scheisse. And Neon, I was also saying earlier in the stream before you arrived about how I really want a double O, how I wouldn't mind having a double O gauge Transport for Wales Premiere set as well. You know how Transport for Wales is Premier intercity services. Now also use Mark IV coaches, cascaded from LNER when all their trains were replaced, when most of their 225s were replaced by the 801s. Oh, you are still there, nice. Uses the metric system? Oh, right. Yeah, it is 800 kilometers. Which Well, in that case, the speed limits on the Skywright main line will be put in kilometres an hour. So, Intercity 225, as its name suggests, is 225 kilometres an hour, which is 140 miles an hour. Hence the name Intercity 225. So they do actually run at 225 kilometres an hour, these trains on the Skywright main line. Whereas in real life, the Intercity 225s only run at 125, which is 200 kilometres an hour. Yeah, Calescopnia used the Imperial system. Which is why in the cabs of Skywright's Intercity 225s, there are two speedometers, one for kilometres an hour, one for miles an hour. The speed limits, the speed board signs are posted in kilometres an hour on the Skywright main line until the Calescopnian border, then it goes to miles an hour. Set with the 67? Yeah, that's right, Neon. No, you're not, Neon. Distance between the two cities? It is indeed. Skywright didn't quite have the budget to build proper high-speed tracks and running a fleet of TGV-like trains on proper high-speed tracks. But 140 miles an hour with the 225s is a good enough speed, I feel. But yes, Neon, I would like Transport for Wales Premier set for this layout as well. They also use Mark IV coaches like the 225s. They did before then they used Mark III coaches until the spare 225s that were replaced by the 801s, their coaches were sent to Transport for Wales. And I'm sure Transport for Wales' Premier services would use Class 91 locomotives if the lines between Cardiff, Manchester and Holyhead were electrified, but they're not. Either way, I do think the Class 67 diesel locomotives look great pulling Mark IV coaches in a DBT. Of course, Mark IVs will always look best behind a Class 91, as they were the locomotives they were designed for. Match the shape of the electric loco, they do. You still there, Electro? You know, Calescopnia is also considering using some Class 67 Mark IV, Class 67 hauled Mark IV sets as well now on its unelectrified lines to supplement their HST sets. Exactly. even though, as I said, Mark IV coaches look best behind Class 91s, they look great behind Class 67s as well. Are you still there, Electro? Again, nice. Oh, and also, thanks to the additional Mark IV coaches, all of Transport for Wales' Premier sets were able to be extended from 4 coaches to 5 coaches. Are you still there, Leon? Awesome. Yeah, passenger capacity has increased after on the Premier sets and the Premier intercity services after the introduction of the Mark IVs to Transport for Wales. Oh! Speak of the devil! Hornby have got this I've got this Transport for Wales Premiere set on sale. Bit pricey though, 299 quid. It's a bit pricey. Oh, it's out of stock, because of course it is. Oh, scheiße. Because of course it is. Because of course it is. Because of course it is. Oops. Of course it is. Oh, and now the 91 has left its coaches behind. Because of course it has. Yes, they did make one. One set had a crash. Yeah, I found out about that yesterday. Happened at Leominster. Yes, Neon, I heard about that. Yes, I heard about that yesterday. That happened a few days ago. Thankfully, there were no deaths, and it seems like there were only a couple people suffered serious injuries, but thankfully no deaths. Set rammed into a tractor when it was running DVT first. I think the driver of the tractor's been arrested. I saw a video of the damaged set, of the affected set being hauled back by another Class 67. Most of the set was okay, but the DVT took quite a beating. It all got covered in branches and bushes. And its lights and front end were pretty badly smashed up. Yeah, I did see that. But yeah, that crash was clearly the fault of the tractor driver. Just a bit dangerous, yeah. Green Goddess on the Romney Hive and Dymchurch Railway had a similar crash back in 2016. It crashed into a tractor and suffered heavy damage. Took 2.5 years to repair her and get her back into service with a new boiler certificate. Oh yeah, the very clip you sent me, that's the very clip I saw yesterday. Premiere set being recovered. Yeah, most of the train was okay, but Man, that DVT got pretty beaten up. I know, Neon. Looks like the rest of the Mark IVs and the Class 67, which was pushing the train at the time, looks like they suffered the least. All things considered, the Leominster crash a few days ago was pretty minor. Hello, train guy. I know, Neon. I know who you're referring to. Hello, train guy. We're just talking a bit about how... I was talking earlier about how I'd quite like a Class 67... a Class 67 Transport for Wales Premiere set for my layout. And then Neon brought up the crash that happened with one of the Premiere sets a few days ago. I said that because I'm of course running my Class 91 at the moment, which of course uses Mark IV coaches. Awesome, Neon. Okay, we'll give the 225 a few more laps, then I think we'll switch trains. I just need a piss quickly, guys. I'll be right back. You know the drill. Anybody come? Oh, I'll just grab some water while I'm in the loo. You know the drill, guys. Anybody comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be right back. Right, I'm back. What's been happening? Oh, I forgot to get the water. Sorry, guys. Right, I'm back. Couldn't you get someone to do a what if? Livery Class 67 in GNER? That would be awesome, Neon. I mean, train guy, that would be awesome to see, maybe. I don't own a Class 67 at the moment, though. Closest I own right now is a Class 35. Absolutely. Don't think it would look too different from the Class 89 that was temporarily repainted to work for GNER and then refitted. Yes, there was just one of them, just the prototype. Served as the basis for the Class 91, a single Class 89. Now, of course, it's been preserved. On. There are at least 3? No, there's only 1. Nickname the Badger. Oh, is nickname the Badger? That is cute. That is a cute nickname for it. owls earlier? You're welcome. They were fatty owls, weren't they? They were specifically fatty owls. I know a couple of them were AI generated, but I just wanted to get as many fat owl pictures as possible, you know. The fatty owls joke in Faulty Towers. I wanted some fat owls. Okay, I'll give it a couple more laps and then we'll probably switch to the B12. Fatty owls. Right. Switch the points. And now slow it down. Slow it down and slowly bring it into the siding so that I can put the B12 and its LNER teaks on. There we are, well out of the way. We'll probably put the 225 back on towards the end of the stream. Now then. But what do you think of the joke I did within those owls I sent you, Neon? You know, fatty owls. Originally that was just a Faulty Towers joke, but... fatty owls. Fatty. Four or five. Fatty owls. Faulty Towers, fatty owls. I think I'm slowly starting to get into Faulty Towers now. Earlier today, I introduced Electro to perhaps the most famous clip of the most famous skit in Faulty Towers, the one with the German guests. Would you stop talking about the war? Me? You started it? We did not start it. Yes, you did. You invaded Poland. Yes. Don't mention faulty whistles. Yeah, that was a the real Xbox nerd made a joke about that. Don't mention the war. That's a classic one. Ask them if I want something to drink before the war, before their lunch. All in the market together. All differences forgotten, and no need at all to mention the war. Sorry. What do you think of me literally sending you fatty owls? Neon, what do you think of me literally sending you fatty owls? I thought you'd find that funny. Fatty owls. And now the theme song's in my head. And the B12's off. Slowly. Let's keep it at that speed. I didn't see it earlier, of course, but I do now. Yeah, but you know, the actual joke behind what I said. Fatty owls, 40 towers, fatty owls. Mark 4 coach. Mark. These are the wooden. These are the Mark 5. I'll probably put the Britannia on with the B12 a bit later. For now, I'll just run the B12 on its own. Yeah. Oops. Still there, Neon? No need at all to mention the war. Do. I think I could speed it up a little bit. A little bit slower. Ow! Derailment! Maybe I do need to slow it down and keep it going a bit slower. Not this twat again. I know it's the same guy trying to trigger me with these same things over and over, same messages over and over. It's not gonna trigger me, Anita. Give it up. Hang on. It's not going to trigger me. Give it up. Give it up. It's not going to trigger me. I'm not going to get triggered. Give it up. Begone. I know you're Jimmy Stone. And you're not going to trigger me. And you're not going to get a reaction from me. I'm just going to sit back and laugh at your pathetic attempts to trigger me. And laugh at your... And laugh at your... And laugh at your... And laugh at your... Oh, I smell, do I? A bit like your mum, then. Like your... Oh, I smell. A bit like your mum. Your mum. A bit like your mum. A bit like your mum. I know you're that same twat who tried to troll my streams back in 2023. It's not going to work. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad at you right now, Jimmy. I'm just laughing at your pathetic attempts to troll this stream. It's not working. Preposterous. Laughing at your pathetic. Yeah, I smell, do I? Well, guess what? So does your mother. I smell horrible, do I? Well, so does your mum. Why don't you go past your mum? Hello, Spyro Kirby. Right now I'm laughing at this Anita Pillock's pathetic attempts to try and make me mad. No, I won't. Well, he was here earlier, but he's just gone off at the bit for a moment. Yeah, that's it. Yo, sports. Oh, wait. Welcome back, Neon. There's a twat here called Anita who's trying to troll this stream and piss me off. But I'm just laughing at her pathetic attempts. Their pathetic attempts. It's just the same guy who's been doing this over and over again. I'm just laughing at his pathetic attempts at the moment. Basic poses? Nice. Oh, I thought the front pony truck had derailed again. Laughing. It's not going to work. I think you're going to piss me, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Give it up. not going to work. Yeah, that's what your mother is. Your mother. Your mother. Yeah. That's what your mother is. Your mother. That's all it is. Your mother. Neon, just scroll back up the chat a second. Can you see how pathetic Anita the pointy-nosed pillock is being? Trying to troll this stream. I know it's the same guy saying the same trolly shit they've been saying. Last year, well, since a couple of years ago, actually. I know it's the same guy. Right. I think now I'm gonna put... Ah, shit. I'm just gonna keep it derailed till it keeps comes around. I think now I'm going to put the Britannia on the train. With the B12 leading. Oh dear. And then maybe we'll run the Dean Goods at some point. More likely the Duchess, actually. Now, will the Britannia behave itself today? Can you see how pathetic Anita is being, Neon? Short-circuited already. Auntie who? Leave Anita alone, Martin. I'm quite honestly enjoying their pathetic attempts to ruin this stream. And they're failing miserably. I'm quite honestly enjoying pathetic. Please don't, Martin. Are you still there, Neon? Who are you? Who are you? Who? Who? Bum, 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 bum. Bit jerky, which is what your ass is. Yeah, your mum's are real small. See if they run any better going the opposite way round. Fergus. Oh wait. B12's supposed to be leading, isn't it? And Britannia on the front, in the nearest the coaches rather. Rather. On the track. Go a bit more slowly. There we are. Disgusting caught in 4K. Okay, seems to be going a bit better running this way around, much like the 225. 225. Your mum's a new beginning on PlayStation 2? Cool. What's your faggots? Oh, and it's shorts. Oh, no wonder it short circuited. It derailed. No wonder it short circuited. Pew. Pew, 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 pew. Oh, derailment again. Have it run a bit more slowly. There we are. That's better. Right. Oh, yes, I am Electro. Welcome back. But now I'm running. Now I'm running my B12 and Britannia. Oh, the control, nice. So I see I've sent you something on Discord, Electro, just showing you the trains that Calascotnia are thinking of running to supplement their HSTs now that they've built some Mark IV coaches for the Skyrite mainlines Intercity 225s. Yeah, they now want to run some Class 67 hauled Mark IV sets. Now that they've built the Mark IVs for Skyrites Intercity 225s. Hang on. Buggy derailed. In fact, just telling Electro about the Class 67 Mark IV sets that Calascotnia now want to run. Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh dear. Fucking hell. Fuck. Well, this is the end. This is the end. This is the end. This is the end. Oh! Has the livery been decided on? What, for the Mark IV sets? For the Class 67 Mark IV set, it'll probably just be standard Calirail livery. But the Skyrite Railways livery is basically the Anglia Railways the old Anglia Railways livery, only with silver stripes instead of white, and lightning bolts all along the train on each side. You know what, the Britannia's causing too many problems, so we'll just have the B12 pulling the train for now. Oh, now the controller's a bit buggered. Thinking myself. On the livery. Well, Electro, didn't we agree the Calascotnia Railways livery would be similar to the Anglia Railways livery, only... Didn't we agree it would be similar to the Anglia Railways livery, only with silver instead of white, and lightning bolts along the train? There we go. Back up and running now. Oh, and now the coach is derailed again. Bit slower. Bit faster. Didn't we agree? Dual substitute trackless wireless controller. Nice. Oh! The front LNER Teak is derailing now. That curve right there where it happens. And now you pay the price. I know you little rules what to do. Ugh. Let's switch directions again. This isn't working. This isn't working for clockwise direction. Let's go back to going anti-clockwise. Oh! Electro, if you're still there, I don't have a lot to say, that's fine. Compatible on the Leonardo. Did you see the images I DM'd to you, Electro, of the Class 67 Mark IV sets that Transport for Wales uses on their Premier services? Because those are the trains that Calascotnia are now thinking of introducing. Same style of coach, only hauled by Class 67s instead of Class 91s. Well, I'll show you now. I'll show you an image now, Electro. So there's a Class 67 hauling Mark IV coaches. You know, Dennis from Redcliffe Railway Tales is actually a Class 67, you know, Electro. Class 67s are a very common sight on our railways. Here's the Mark IV coaches and the DVT that Transport for Wales run. You can see it's the exact same coach and driving van trailer design as the Mark IVs on the Intercity 225 sets. So yeah, exactly the same coaches and exactly the same driving van trailer style. Because those coaches were cascaded from LNER and were sent to Wales basically for TFW's intercity services to Wales. Exactly the same. And were sent to Wales. Look at that. And a Class 91 side by side. Right. better. Clockwise. Oh, now it's catching on the tunnel, for Christ's sake. It's catching on the tunnel. Oh, it's catching on the tunnel, for Christ's sake. Oh, for Christ's sake. Catching on the tunnel, for... There we go. Oh, shit. Hang on. So here's a 67. Order 67! Yes. Yeah, Dennis is a Class 67 Electro. But yeah, as I said, Electro, some of the Mark IV coaches formerly used on the Intercity 225 sets, formerly used on some Intercity 225 sets, are now used in Wales for their Cardiff to Holyhead and Swansea to Manchester services. Only with Class 67s instead of Class 91s. So yeah, there's Class 67 again for you, Electro. That is what Dennis is. That is Dennis's real-life basis, the Class 67. Now that you said Order 67 Neon, now that you mention Order 67 Neon, now I'm thinking of what if Order 66 involved Class 66 diesels, you know, those freight engines, those freight locomotives you see all over the country now. Order Shed, because you know Class 66s are nicknamed sheds. Yeah, Class 66s are nicknamed sheds, as most train enthusiasts know. Execute Order Shed. That's what I'm calling it from now on, Order Shed. You still there, Electro? Class 66. What a shed. Jokes and puns. What's a daughter's favourite movie? Just kidding, no. One other trilogy you played so far? I see. Mutiny, this is mutiny. What's a golfer's favorite number? 4. What's a golfer's What's a golfer's favorite number? Four. What did you think? Execute order. Oh, derailment. Scheisse. Pfizer Scheisse. Pfizer Scheisse. Four. Still there, Neon? Brings your brother to hell. Nice. 67. What's that, 67? Order 6. Order shed. Jokes and puns. Right. Now I feel like swapping to the Duchess. Once again, an LMS locomotive pulling LNER coaches may seem strange to some, but somehow I think it works, though I'll definitely get some LMS Stania coaches for my Duchess to pull one day. I also found a model railway repair shop not too far from where I live. So I should be able to get all the models that need repairs fixed soon. Take them all in for a service soonish. That may be what I spend my... Oh yeah, I did want to spend my birthday money on going on a mainline steam rail tour. But... maybe if there's a bit of leftover money, I'll spend that on taking some of my Hornby trains in for a service at that, for repairs at that model railway shop I found. Right. Yeah, my Duchess runs so much better than it used to. Oh, message retracted. What were you going to say, Electro? You know, Electro, I'll let you say what you want to say first, and then I'll say my news. Yeah, I know I'm on PFN, you're toasty as well. Welcome back. There we go, my Duchess is now pounding along. It's heading along towards ready to tackle Shaft Summit. Then it's downhill to Carlisle and Glasgow. Yeah. Yeah, my Duchess runs so much better now. Wally. Pounding along towards Shack Summit. Yeah, I'll wait for Electra to return. Alright, Neon. Alright, thanks, Cinder. So, Electro, what happened was one of those Welsh Class 67 Works Mark IV sets crashed into a tractor near Leominster a few days ago. Leominster is fairly near the Welsh border, just north of Hereford, Electro. Yeah, basically, the train crashed into a tractor while running DVT first, so that means the driving van trailer, this car, was at the front, and the Class 67 locomotive was pushing from the back, and basically it just smashed into the tractor, and the DVT was pretty banged up from it. And they should have... That's fine, Neon. Was it severe? Well, a couple of people... One man was airlifted to hospital, and one woman was also sent to hospital as well, but thankfully no deaths. Thankfully there were no deaths. all things considered, the Leominster crash a few days ago was quite minor. But I didn't find out about it until... it happened a few days ago, but I didn't find out about it until yesterday. When I saw a video of... When I saw a video of another Class 67 hauling the damaged set back. Hauling it back towards Manchester. Hold on. See, look, Electro, the driving van trailer was pretty banged up. So the Class 67 locomotive was pushing from the back, and the driving van trailer just slammed into the tractor, getting a bush caught in its windows and getting its lights pretty smashed up. Getting a bush. Yeah, they're okay. I'll see you in a sec, Neon. Getting a bush. Yeah, this happened only a few days ago. One of its buffers was bent as well. The driver of the tractor has apparently been arrested. So it's obvious that the tractor driver is to blame for the crash. But yeah, no deaths. All things considered, it was quite minor. Just a little bump. Minor. Yes. But yeah, what do you think of that damage I showed you, Electro? The damage to the DVT. It makes the crash look worse than it was, doesn't it, Electro? Thankfully, the train didn't derail either, which is why it was able to be hauled back up to Manchester in one piece. Oh no, not again. No. Half the time the image is not on the camera. You didn't see the damage? Oh. Hold on. Sorry about that, Electro. There. I'll try to keep it a bit more still this time. There. There's the damage that was inflicted on the DVT. Makes it look worse than it actually was, doesn't it, Electro? Tail lights all smashed up. Bush in the windshield. Looks pretty bad, but it wasn't that bad. Looks pretty bad, but... Come on. Still can't... I'll move it up slightly? Okay. Okay. Move it up, okay. There. Okay. Move it up. Can you see it now? Once again, this only happened a few days ago. Oh, I think the phone just went out. Hang on, it's on. Oh, go away. Software update. I just want to turn off the battery low power mode. Now I see it. Looks bad, but at least it's minimal damage. Can just be fixed with a tinker. Yeah, not that bad, and at least it didn't come completely off. At least it didn't completely come off the tracks. Yeah, it might need to be replaced though. Thing might need to be replaced though. Yeah, all things considered, a rather minor accident. Minor. A minor accident. But yeah, that tractor driver, the driver of the tractor the train crashed into, is probably going to be facing criminal charges. Criminal charges. But yeah, that just happens to be the trains that Calascotnia will hopefully soon be introducing Electro. Mark IV coaches plus DVT, only hauled by a Class 67. Right. Let's get it on the way again. This train, I mean. The Duchess. I honestly think Mark IV coaches in general are some of my favourite modern day loco hauled rolling stock. Yeah, Mark IV coaches in general are some of my favourite modern day loco hauled rolling stock. They have really comfortable seats, especially in first class. Which is something I emphasised during the role play I did with the inaugural train on the Skyrite main line last night. And on both LNER's Intercity 225s and Transport for Wales's Premier services, both of them offer spectacular first-class dining options. Something which I also emphasised. Something which I also emphasised during the roleplay last night. And I'm still pretty pissed that the 225s have stopped running north of York. Yeah. But yeah, that's why I emphasised the comfortable seats and the superb first-class offerings of the Mark IV coaches last night, Electro. But hey, If there's a silver lining to the withdrawal of most of the 225s, it's that at least some of the Mark IVs have now got a second lease of life in Wales. Lease of life. In Wales. They're not even that old, the Mark IVs. They're oldish, but not that old. They only entered service in they only first entered service on the 225 sets in 1989. So they're not even 40 years old yet. And the average lifespan of trains is around 40 to 50 years. So the Mark IVs definitely have at least another 15 to 20 years left in them. So why retire the Intercity 225 so soon is what I don't understand. Oh, what was I going to say to Electro now? I swear I was going to say something else, but it's just gone out of my head. Oh. Superb first class. Might have been something, what I wanted to say to Electro might have been something to do with the Mark IV coaches, but now I can't remember. Oh, I remember now, Electro, if you're still there. So if you're still there, Electro, I also wanted to say something else that the restaurant cars on Skyright's Intercity 225 sets offer. This wasn't mentioned yesterday, but something else they offer is an all-day breakfast. Hello, Jacob. I'm just talking a bit about the roleplay we did last night. For much of the stream, Jacob, I've been talking about the Intercity 225 sets and how some of the Mark IV coaches were transferred to Transport for Wales for their Intercity services after LNER retired most of their 225s. And I also talked a bit about the crash that happened near Leominster involving one of the Class 67 hauled Mark IV sets. Yeah, in case you didn't hear about it, Jacob, a Transport for Wales Premier set crashed into a tractor near Leominster a few days ago. 2 people were sent to hospital, one of them having to be airlifted, but thankfully there were no deaths. So it was a very minor crash, all things considered. But the tractor driver's been arrested and will probably be facing criminal charges, as it was most likely his fault. But yeah, we've been talking a bit about the Mark IV coaches as they played a key role in last night's roleplay, didn't they, Jacob? And I just now said how they're some of my favourite modern day loco-hauled rolling stock. I was about to say to Electro, I'm not sure if he's still here, but I was about to say to Electro that something else the restaurant car on Skywright's Intercity 225 sets offer wasn't mentioned, but something else that the restaurant car on Skywright's Intercity 225 sets offer are an all-day breakfast. Yeah, the breakfast options on LNER's first class Intercity 225, in first class on LNER's Intercity 225, the breakfast options on there, I've heard, are really good, so I thought it would be fitting to have Skywright's Intercity 225s serve an all-day breakfast to its first class passengers. You still there, Jacob? Getting a bit sweaty now. We'll give the Duchess a few more laps, then we'll probably switch to my Class 35. We'll have it pull some chocolate and cream, some Western Region chocolate and cream coaches though, and probably my 2 Pullmans as well. Oh yeah, I just remembered I named my Class 35 Vincent, didn't I? In reference to Vincent the Bear. From Over the Hedge. Just Vincent. What doesn't? Oh! Shice! Oh! Oh, well, this latest derailment, I think, is a good something went in my eye. This latest derailment is a good opportunity for me to put the Class 35 in its Pullman and chocolate and cream coaches on now. And then, as I said, we'll probably run the 225 again towards the end of the stream. Intercity. Seaman container. Right. Right, where do I put the LME Artiques? I'll put the Duchess back in the yard. The Duchess. The Duchess. The Duchess. Duchess. And then let me get those Pullman coaches. Then once I've got Vincent's train together, we'll send him away. Let's train together. So we've got Vincent. Train together. There we go. Oh, bugger. Bogey was facing the wrong way. And now these two chocolate and cream coaches. Great Western Railway. The Great Western Railway. Entirely to the Great Western Railway. Brew now. Brew now. Brew nows. Lovely. Brew now. Brew nows. Disembarking. Right. Send Vincent off now. And of course, one of my Pullmans, Agatha, has working lights. Pullmans. One of my Pullmans. Oh. Shockingly, this was not there. I don't know what has its own. You know, has its own features. But then, it uses its own market. It's not, they're not the same. They were both. Oh, and now it's clipped on the tunnel. And derailed. Criminals don't take it. They're onto us. They're onto us. They're onto us. Hurry. Must make our escape. Hurry. We must make our escape. We must make our escape. There we are, just feathering along here. Welcome back, Neon. Yes. Yes, Jacob, we've got the Class 35 out. Neon and Jacob, I meant to tell you, something else that the restaurant coach on Skywrite Kingdoms Intercity 225 sets offer, something else the restaurant coach offers to its first class passengers is an all-day breakfast. I heard that LNER's all-day breakfasts they serve to their first class passengers on their Intercity 225s. I've heard their first class their all-day their breakfasts are really good, so naturally I had to have all-day breakfasts be served in on Skywrite's Intercity 225s. Do I have underground any trains? I did used to have a Falls Hole, Victoria and Bakerloo, but not with their trailer coach, unfortunately. And I've never owned any of the Bachmann Underground Ernie models. So I did used to own the Halls Hall, Victoria and Bakerloo MLP fan, but not anymore. I might still have my Halls Hole, Victoria and Bakerloo somewhere. Sorry, no, not Halls Hole, Halsole. But no, MLP fan, I never owned any of the Bachmann Underground Ernie models. Of the Bachmann. I never owned any of the Bachmann. Bachmann. Any of the Bachmann Underground models. Could always. Scheiße. Weisser. Scheiße. Kleiner von Scheiße. Sorry. Kleiner von Scheiße. Weißer Scheiße. No, I'm not going to keep that up. Fatty apples. Mr. 40. Fatty owls. It was a laptop. It was first conceived. It was first conceived. Come on, Vincent, get going. Right, what's the chat been saying? What has the chat been saying? Yes. You have the Halls Hole Jubilee? Nice. Halls Hole Jubilee? Nice. I appreciate all day breakfast. I might have owned the Halls Hole Jubilee as well, but can't quite remember. Yeah, all day breakfast. It's great when
not just on trains, but any restaurant really. It's always great when a place serves an all-day breakfast. Your nanny bought you it in Plymouth? Nice. Going a bit.
Slow it down a bit.
Oh God! It's come off. It's derailed again. Vincent's derailed again. Fine. 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 Oh, fine. Oh, I think the track's come too close to my wall, and now Vincent is knocking against it. Can't these trains just stay on the track for once? On the track for once? Duh. No shit. There we go. Now it's staying on the track. So, what's the chat saying? Somerset and Dorset 7F? Nice. Yes. I think that happens when track isn't nailed down. But I can't really nail it down on the carpet. Shouldn't even really be running it on carpet, but got no alternative at the moment. But yes, Neon and Jacob. Skywright's Intercity 225s also serve an all-day breakfast. Complete with all of me and Airline's favourite breakfast items. Complete with me and Airline's favourite breakfast items. Thick sausages, nicely grilled bacon, scrambled eggs, or fried eggs, as per the passenger's request, as well as hash browns, black pudding, nicely browned toast with butter, and orange juice. A breakfast fit for both a train enthusiast and a supreme commander. Salmon for Coa? Yeah, I know. It can also be customized, but so some passengers can get mushrooms and beans if they wish, but me and Airline don't like mushrooms and baked beans, so we have hash browns and black pudding instead. Side of fries. Oh, he won't regret trying a full English. Full Englishes are just divine. Absolutely divine. Especially when they're cooked fresh. There's this pub at London Euston called the Signal Box. There's this pub at London Euston called the Signal Box. I've had to go there early sometimes to catch early trains. And I've sometimes had their all-day breakfast, and it's gorgeous. Quite full for me. So you don't like mushrooms or black pudding, Neon? You don't like mushrooms or black pudding, Neon? Well, me and Aeroline love black pudding. And I take it you're alright with baked beans as well? I see. But yeah, I've often had the full English that the Signal Box at London Euston serves, and it's incredible. So delicious. They cook it fresh and it's so delicious. There's another full English place just down the road from me that I like to go to. That's absolutely delicious. You don't mind baked beans at all? Well, I tried baked beans once and didn't like them. So did Aeroline. Neither of us like baked beans. But yeah, the breakfasts on the breakfast menu on Skywright's Intercity 225s is completely customizable. Let's see. What about the bacon? What about the bacon, eggs, and hash browns and black pudding, Jacob? Isn't quite a full English. It has, well, I consider it a full English. Nessie and Hamish would certainly have black pudding, as, you know, I'm pretty sure black pudding originates from Scotland, and, you know, Calascotnia's, as as you all know, is Skywright's equivalent of Scotland. The first time I ever tried black pudding was aboard the first time I travelled on the Caledonian Sleeper up to Fort William. The microwave breakfast the stewardess brought into our compartment contained some black pudding. I wasn't sure if I'd like it at first, but then I tried it and adored it. And I've loved black pudding ever since. So yeah. Black pudding with black pudding originating from Scotland, it must count as part of an English breakfast. Doesn't appeal to me. What, black pudding? Yeah, Neon, perhaps me, you, and Electro, perhaps the three of us should take a trip on the Caledonian Sleeper one day and go to some of the places that I drew inspiration for Calascotnia from. I'd also like to take a trip on this country's other sleeper train one day, the Night Riviera down to Penzance.
Oh, derailment again!
I'm pretty sure.
Eat breakfast on a train, that would be a first for me, I know.
The new Mark V coaches that Caledonian Sleeper now run, replacing their old Mark III sleepers, the new Mark Vs that they run are really good. The second time I went on the Caledonian Sleeper, this time to Aberdeen with my dad, we really liked the Mark V coaches. Well, I did certainly. I can't remember my dad's thoughts on them, but I certainly liked the Mark V coaches. I remember we sat in the lounge car on the way into Scotland. We sat in the lounge car on the way into Scotland as we passed Stonehaven, and the scenery out of Stonehaven as we passed Stonehaven was just gorgeous. The sun was rising and it just created a beautiful scene. Yes, they are. I'm pretty sure now that most of the Mark III coaches have been withdrawn, some Mark IIIs are still in service, like on the few HST sets that are still around, and also on Chiltern Railways is Class 68 hauled Mark III sets. But they've all been retrofitted with automatic electric plug doors now, as opposed to their original slam doors. But now that the likes of the Class 90 Mark III intercity sets on the Great Eastern Main Line and most of the HSTs have now been withdrawn, I'm pretty sure that the Night Riviera is now the only slam door train left operating on the main lines in this country. The last one that isn't a rail tour anyway. Is that right, guys? Sorry, that was my mum. I'm aware about the Chiltern Main Line? Yeah, that's right. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Although most of this country's trains are now operated by multiple units, loco-hauled trains still have a place in this world. Loco-haul push-pull trains still have a place in this world. Especially the Class 91s. Especially the Intercity 225s. Some European loco-hauled trains don't even operate with driving van trailers or control cars anymore. Some of them still don't operate with driving van trailers at one end. Like, when I was on my Scandinavia trip earlier in the month, the train between Copenhagen and Hamburg was, both ways, it was an old loco-hauled intercity set made up of oldish coaches, and there wasn't a DVT, there wasn't a driving van trailer. It is for most loco-hauled trains nowadays, Neon, but not all of them. Certainly not on the Hamburg to Copenhagen train. And the lack of a DVT actually enabled me to get a good view out of it. Film a backward shot out of the window at the back of the train. Necessity. So obviously, we've got the Premier sets running in Wales, the Intercity 225s, the Chiltern Main Lines Mark III loco hauled sets, as well as the 2 sleeper services. And I also count the HSTs as loco hauled trains, as Class 43s are still technically locomotives, and the Mark IIIs are unpowered coaches. So, yeah, the HSTs are technically loco hauled trains as well. Okay. But this country just doesn't seem to have as many loco hauled trains left as there are in other countries, other European countries, or other countries in general, actually. Because the likes of America and Canada still mostly use loco hauled trains. TransPennine Express getting rid of their Mark V Class 86 sets, I still think was a massive mistake. Yes, Electro, I'm going to go for another hour actually, until 10:45. I had a bit of technical difficulties at the start of the stream, which necessitated me starting a new one, as you know. So I'm going to go until 10:45 to make up for that. That's alright, Electro. You had it at like 9 o'clock at night, Electro. 9 o'clock's quite late to have dinner. The latest I would have my dinner is 8 o'clock. Yeah, Neon's still here, Electro. I've just been saying, and I'm pretty sure Jacob's still here. Electro, I was saying, I didn't mention this during yesterday's roleplay, but something else the restaurant coach on board Skywright's Intercity 225 sets offers, something else Skywright's Intercity 225's restaurant coach offers to its first-class passengers is an all-day breakfast. And I decided to include that because LNER's breakfasts that they serve aboard their Intercity 225s are really good from what I've heard from trip reviews on the Intercity 225s. And it's derailed again. So I thought it would only be fitting to include all-day breakfast on the menu. Sorry, Electro. Went to a coffee shop at 5 and had a blueberry muffin, so I wasn't hungry. I see. Sorry, Electro. I was saying about how on Skywright's Intercity 225s, they also offer an all-day breakfast. Yeah, they also offer an all-day breakfast. On the Skywright Intercity 225s in first class. Because LNER offer some amazing breakfast on their own Intercity 225s. Oh, I remembered.
they still call them Mark IVs.
Rita Fox Island. I'll put the Intercity 225 back on at 10:15. Yeah. They serve all of me and Airline's favourite breakfast items. Thick sausages, nicely cooked bacon, scrambled eggs or fried eggs, nicely browned toast, some hash browns, and some lovely black pudding and orange juice. Needed more sugar or more sweeteners? Nice. Oh, and of course coffee. Airline can't work without his coffee. Nor can I. Either scrambled eggs or fried eggs. What's so shocking about that, Electro? Oh, I see. Dragon. Oh, no. Don't worry, Electro. Chicken eggs. It's just chicken eggs, not dragon eggs. Obviously not dragon eggs. Serving dragon eggs aboard that train would be a tad cannibalistic and illegal. I didn't understand what you meant at first, Electro, but now I do understand your concern. Yeah, I didn't quite think that through, did I? Chicken eggs. No, absolutely no chance of dragon eggs ever being served. Cannibalism is not. Cannibalism is not is not in the ethos of Kingdom of Skywrite Railways. Yes, it would be shocking. Oh god, I didn't think it through, did I, the idea of eggs being served. But yeah, don't worry, Electro, it's just chicken eggs, not dragon eggs. Oh dear. Hey Freddy, gonna go for another hour. Oh yeah, something else I was gonna say, Electro. So you know how we've been talking about the Mark IV coaches of the Intercity 225s and Transport for Wales's Premier services? Well, something I should have mentioned to you earlier is, Electro, is that Ireland also have Mark IV coaches, but they're not the same ones as what us Brits have. Happy Hen Eggs from the Happy Egg Company, yes. Yeah, Ireland have Mark IV coaches as well, but they're not the same ones. The Intercity 225 Mark IVs were built in the late 80s. Ireland's Mark IVs were built between 2005 and 2006 by the CAF Company of Spain. Yes, they will, Neon. Especially as Ireland run to especially as Ireland run to 5'3" gauge as opposed to 4'8.5" gauge. I still prefer Ireland's loco hauled stock. Especially the older Mark IIs and Mark IIIs that Ireland used to run. Yes, they are, Neon. But my favourite Irish diesels, indeed, Neon, one of my favourite Irish diesels would have to be the 071 class and the 201 class. Well, they're the default intercity trains, Electro. Other types of train are used on Ireland's regional and commuter services, as well as, of course, the loco-hauled Cork Express and Enterprise services. But before the 22,000 class came about in the late 2000s, Electro, before the 22,000s came about, Electro. Shit, not again. Before the 22,000s came about, Electro. These were the coaches that were mainly used on Ireland's intercity trains. These lovely orange and black Mark III coaches, based on the British Mark IIIs, as well as Mark II coaches and Craven coaches. I prefer the older Mark III and Mark II stock, Ireland's older Mark III and Mark II stock, over the 22,000s. But what do you think, Electro? Yeah, they are the Dart, Electro. They are cute. The 8100s are a bit like the old trains that run on the Tyne and Wear Metro. Some, but not all, of the Mark IIIs were also push-pulls, with with these orange Mark III DVTs being used on some, but not all trains. for the introduction of the... So what do you think of them, Electro? What do you think of Ireland's older Mark III's Electro? As I said, I still prefer them to the 22,000s. Indeed, Neon. The orange, black and white was just... The orange, black and white livery was just gorgeous. And then, of course, Ireland also ran these even older Mark II coaches built by British Rail for Ireland. I believe the Mark IIs were retired at the same time as the Mark IIIs. Then most of the Mark IIIs remained in storage until 2014, when most of them were broken up for scrap and a few of them were preserved. Mark II coaches. You still are, Electro. Livery does suit, indeed. Ireland had some great traction and still does, absolutely. The livery does suit. It's a shame Ireland no longer use their Irish Rail intercity services no longer use that gorgeous orange, black and white. It would have been lovely to travel on those. Would have been lovely to travel on the Mark III stock. On the Irish Mark III stock. And of course the Cravens and Mark IIs. All three types of coaches were still in service until the mid to late 2000s when they made way for the 22,000s. And while, of course, the 22,000s are great, they do not compare to the older intercity stock. See, ideally, this links back to what I was saying about loco haul trains still having a place in the world. Ideally, multiple unit trains and high-speed trains are ideal. Multiple unit trains are ideal for regional, commuter, and high-speed services, while slower intercity services are best suited to be worked by loco haul stock. That's my opinion.
Irish.
Which is...
The Mark IVs are just more appealing to me. The Mark IV. The Mark IVs. The Mark IVs are... The Mark IVs are... They're just much...
Oh, for Christ's sake. I still think Ireland should have ordered... I still think Irish Rail should have just ordered more Mark IVs. I still think Irish Rail should have just ordered more CAF Mark IVs as opposed to the 22,000s. Yeah, even the Mark IVs have more charm to them than the 22,000s. Partly because of how everywhere the 22,000s are in Ireland now. Indeed, Neon. Though, of course, the 158s. Justin for the... Yeah, exactly. I was just about to say that. Sadly, the 22,000 class have now been withdrawn. Yeah, now I look at them closely. The 2700s DMUs are a lot like the 158s, aren't they? It's the 2600s that are still in use, aren't they? Isn't it? The 2600s are Ireland's equivalent of the Class 156s. They were built in Japan. 2600 classes. They mainly operate around the Cork area, the 2600s. The 2800s are also still in use. Owl House rules, yeah. Curious to hear the 2600's engine sounds? Okay. And see you later, Spyro and Kirby. Right. Ugh. I was just saying what? I was just saying. I was just saying. Just saying. Sad. It's all just so samey. Class compatible. But IUT. But IUT family. Leave trains. Cummins NTA, they sound real good? Yes, they do. Nice.
On the cork area. Around the cork area.
Yeah, as I said, multiple units are best for commuter and regional services, whereas loco haul trains are best for intercity services. That's what I believe. Enterprise. 5. That's 5. Nice. Come on. Go.
Nugget. No. Let's take one of the coaches off. The Class 35 seems to be struggling around the back of my layout, so I'll take the middle coach off. Oi! Come back here! Stop! Yeah, I think this will be better if we just have 4 coaches instead of 5. There we go, that's a bit better. Turbocharged, nice. Cool, Neon. Ah, shit. Pullman's come off again. The Pullman. The Pullman. The Pullman. Pussy. Oh, not again! Hasn't gone too well tonight. I mean, I've still enjoyed the stream. I've still enjoyed talking to you guys, but like, could the trains maybe be run a bit better? Maybe run a bit. It made me realise. It was a wake up. It was a bit of a wake up call. A bit of a wake up call. Wake up call. What pussy was? Pussy was. Hang on a sec, everybody. Oh! Stop derailing! If I don't give it enough power, it can't get round the back of my room, and if I increase it a bit more, it derails. Now Rosemary is misbehaving. Sawyers, you're back from Didcot Rivals? Awesome! Hope you enjoyed it, Sawyer. Which it won't derail and will still get round the back of my layout. Different 1584, nice. Christmas 2025, cool. Yeah, and yes, I am driving a high mech at the moment. I am running the high mech at the moment. We've been talking a lot about the Mark IV coaches in this stream. Peak is 45. Yes. We've been talking a lot about the Mark IV coaches in this stream, Sawyer. And how they're some of my favourite modern day
loco called Rolling Stock.
Oh, not again. Why is Rosemary derailing? There's less news. All the people saying that. Pussy. Pussy. Pussy.
I don't know, MLP fan.
Pussy. Stop derailing, Rosemary. Derailing.
We also talked a bit about Ireland's rolling stock, Sawyer. Oh, Sawyer, I meant to ask. Did you hear about that Transport for Wales Premier service, that Class 67 Mark IV set? Did you hear one of them crashed into a tractor outside Leominster a few days ago, Sawyer? Did you hear about that? I didn't hear about that until yesterday.
Into a tractor. Crashed into a tractor. Come on. Move.
Alright. MLP fan. Oh, now the third coach is derailing. What is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with you coaches at the moment? You still there, Sawyer?
Pull, ow! Did you hear about, I meant to ask. It's the worst trick. And the third worst is the
Oh, you're back. Yeah, they are, Electro. Pictures and storyboards? Not me, I'm afraid. MLP fan, I'm no good at drawing, sorry. Yeah, the coaches are still causing trouble. Electro, I don't know if you saw, but I was wondering what you thought of Electro. I was wondering what you thought of Ireland's older orange, black and white Mark III coaches. These are what Irish Rail ran on their intercity services before the 28,000s were introduced in the late 2000s. I was wondering if you prefer these or the 28,000s, because I prefer the Mark IIIs, as well as the even older Mark II coaches and the Craven coaches, all of which were in service up until the mid to late 2000s to make way for the 28,000s. 22,000s, I mean. Come on! Stupid train. Stupid Class 35. Still there, Electro? Ugh.
Oh, now Rosemary's derailed again.
Still there, Neon?
Pussy ass nigga. No, 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 I didn't mean to say that. Pussy ass.
Right, I've had enough of this. I'm putting the 225 back on. You still there, Electro? Hang on a second.
Oh, 4 coaches.
Hold on, everyone. I'm creating a poll in Electro's server, as well as my own. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I'm creating.
Hold on, everyone. Here's the second. Well, for now, I'm gonna vote. There we are. I'll put a poll in Electro server. A good choice, I know. Voice cast. Electro would be a good choice indeed. Draw storyboards. That's not heroes. Yes, he did, Jacob. I've just put a poll in Electro server on what everyone thinks the best as Electros from Ireland. I put in a poll in his server on what the best Irish intercity train rolling stock in Ireland is, both past and present. Oh, you voted. You still think the you still think the 22,000s are best, Neon? Why do you prefer them over the Loco hauled stock? Why do you prefer the 22,000s over the Loco hauled stock? I'm curious to know what Electro will vote for, as with him being Irish, you know. I'm curious to know Right. Mark 2, Mark 3s, D. Mark 3s, Mark 4s.
Voice of Alan Unicorn, I see. If you can get him on, that is. Hold on, guys. I'm just going to quickly do the same poll, but on my channel, on my YouTube channel. Intercity trains. Irish. Image. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. Tree. TR. There we are. Let's put the poll in on my channel. I could only include 4 options though, as opposed to 6. Nice. Right, let's bring the 225 out as the last train of the night. Mark 4s, Mark 3s, Mark 4s. Yeah. Intercity train. Irish. Question mark. Mark 3s. Mark 4s.
still my favourite pieces. They are still Irish diesels. Yeah, well, yeah. Just running the 225 again. The last bit of the stream. Oh no! What is going on? Is Neon still there? Oi! Wait a minute! Oh! Just wait! Wait for me to re-rail your toad coaches! Fuck's sake. Couldn't help but admire the 22,000s. Yeah, I know. But as I said, Neil, I've always preferred the older coaches, the older the older Cravens Mark IIs and Mark IIIs. Come on. Oh, he's left it behind again! Oh, whoops. Oh, fudging hell. Fudging hell. Fudging. Oh. Come on. There you go. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Have the tracks separate? Have the tracks under the chest of drawers separated? Why are they now deciding to? Aha! There's a gap here. A rather large gap I've noticed under my chest of drawers. That was what was causing all the derailments, no doubt caused by the constant derailments from the Class B5 and its coaches. Oh. Best Irish. Stop derailing. Team. Now what's causing you to derail? The 225 was behaving itself earlier. Why is it not doing it now? Why does it keep derailing now? Slower, slower. So you voted for the 22,000s as well, I take it. Is it clipping on... Is it clipping on something? Ah, there's now a big split under the bed. No, not the bed, the chest of drawers. That's what was causing... My layout is so finicky. I really must put it on I know I really must put it on a baseboard, but... Purely can't be asked at the moment. Shopping. Stop! No, no, no! Don't leave your coaches behind. I see. Some more and some this. There we go, finally. There, finally. It was the track under there that was splitting. Oh, the poll on here has reached 3 votes, and so far everyone has voted for the Mark IIIs. Oh, very good. Oh, that was my fault. A very good choice, if I do say so myself. So I wish we had in the UK yet. Well, to me, the 22,000s are. To me, the 22,000s are the Irish equivalent of the 801s. The IETs as a whole, actually. They're not that bad. They're just quite dull compared to what came before them. Sexier Class 175. 185 as well. Alright, I'll see you next Friday, Martin. Thank you for coming. I'll tidy this up a bit. Well, I'll tidy the yard up a bit while the train's going. The 225's going around. Tidy the yard up a bit. The yard up. The shun. Stay on the track. We've got another derailment. Oh, sounds like we do. Stop! I'll go until 10:02 actually, as we had technical problems with the track earlier. 5 more minutes. Bye, Martin. Star will spice things up a bit, indeed. Oh, it's left it behind again. That's why it doesn't move.
sounds like the... On 4 votes for the Irish Mark IIIs now. Yes, I know. Electra, I've put a poll on in both your server and on my channel. Which is the best intercity rolling stock of Irish intercity trains? For me, as I said, it's the Mark IIIs. What do you actually think of the older Mark IIIs, Electro? The orange, black and white ones? Because I think they're better than the... I think they're better than the 22,000s. Oh, the poll's up for you to see now, Electro. Question mark. Oh, God. Few more laps and then yeah, like for Ireland have some more fours as well. Oh, not again! You know what, sod this, it's 10 to 11 already. I need a shower before bed, so I'll just end the stream now. I was going to end it around this time anyway. Okay. I'll just bring it back round here for the last little bit, just for the end of the stream, and then I'll end it. Oh, it's hot now. Well, that's it for this stream, guys. I hope you all enjoyed. I know it didn't quite go to plan. and it kept derailing, but hopefully next time the trains will run a bit more smoothly. Hopefully next time the trains will run a bit more smoothly. Hope you all enjoyed either way. Don't forget to vote on the... well, I'm very glad you did, Neon. Don't forget to vote on the poll for what the best Irish intercity stock is. Intercity rolling stock is. Yeah, don't forget to vote on that poll on what you think the best Irish intercity rolling stock is. Thank you for watching, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed, as much as I did. I'm really looking forward to next Friday's stream. I'll try and see if I can get a new vlog out. You know, my vlog from the Bluebell Railway back in February. I might see if I can get that out this week, but we'll see what happens. Thank you all so much for coming, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed tonight. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, Train16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for my upcoming content. Also, go follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Superdog, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye.